Slayer.
Kill everything that moves and try not to die.
Slayer.
Active camo available. Kill everything that moves and try not to die.
Another one down. Sparks are closing in.
Spike grenades acquired.
Another one down. Sparks are closing in.
Active camo inbound. Spike grenades acquired. Active camo available.
Another one down. Sparks are closing in.
Active camo inbound. Spike grenades acquired. Active camo available.
Another one down. Sparks are closing in.
Active camo inbound. Spike grenades acquired. Active camo available. Active camo inbound. Spike grenades acquired.
Operator, you have been selected to participate in the Twilio quest.
I know Kung Fu. Oh, crap. Go ahead and cut. In spite of all the progress in VR over the last 10 years, there's still one fatal flaw breaking the immersion. No matter what
Operator, you have been selected to participate in the Twilio quest.
I know Kung Fu. Oh, crap. Go ahead and cut. In spite of all the progress in VR over the last 10 years, there's still one fatal flaw breaking the immersion. No matter what
Operator, you have been selected to participate in the Twilio quest.
I know Kung Fu. Oh, crap. Go ahead and cut. In spite of all the progress in VR over the last 10 years, there's still one fatal flaw breaking the immersion. No matter what
Operator, you have been selected to participate in the Twilio quest.
I know Kung Fu. Oh, crap. Go ahead and cut. In spite of all the progress in VR over the last 10 years, there's still one fatal flaw breaking the immersion. No matter what
Slayer.
Slay 'em all! No mercy!
Did some damage. They're close. In my sights. Reloading. Grab the equipment.
Lost the lead.
Did some damage. They're close. In my sights. Frag out.
Lost the lead.
Multiple hostiles spotted. Taking fire.
Dynamo grenades acquired.
Tango's close. We lost a teammate. Enemies on me.
items
spotted.
available. Active camera obtained. Acquired.
Enemies on me. Spiked him.
Power items available.
Enemy shields down. Taking fire. Frag out. Enemies there.
Power items on the way.
Watch my back.
Power items on the field.
Another one down. Taking damage. Targets are over there. Spiked him.
On the way.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Watch my back.
Power items on the field.
Frag out. Spiked him. Hostiles in sight.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Above us. They're close. Taking fire. That shot got way too many left. Eyes up.
Power items up for grabs. Power items up for grabs.
5 minutes remaining.
Up there. Tag one.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Enemy shields down. Reload. Tango closing in. Ahead. Taking fire.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Power items incoming.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Power items on the field.
Reloading.
Damage.
Power items incoming.
Tango's closing in. Enemy Spartans.
Power items on the field.
Reloading.
Tango's closing in.
Enemies hurt. Enemies below. Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Double kill.
Targets are over there. Spartan down.
Defeat. Double kill. Slayer.
Slay 'em all! No mercy!
Slayer.
Over there, hostiles in sight.
No mercy!
Targets are over there.
Cover me.
M41 Spanker inbound. Spike grenades acquired.
Cover me.
M41 Spanker inbound. Spike grenades acquired.
Tagged one.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Enemies on me.
Another one down. Shield me down. Targets are over there.
Tagged one.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Grenade out. Did some damage. Targets are over there. Enemy Spartans are closing in.
M41 Spanker inbound. M41 Spanker available. M41 Spanker inbound. M41
damage.
Kill.
Targets are over.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Take cover. Enemies hurt.
Kill.
Targets are up.
M41 Spanker inbound. M41 Spanker available.
Got the pickup. Take cover.
Spanker inbound.
Taking fire.
Defeat. Slayer.
Kill everything that moves and try not to die.
Slayer.
Tag one. Taking damage.
Lost the lead.
Kill everything
Gained
that
the
moves and
lead.
try not to die.
Spartan down. Enemies below us.
Oh, you're lethal with a commando.
They're close.
Gained the lead.
Taking damage.
Oh, you're lethal with a commando.
Pop their shields. Spartan down. Take cover. Reloading. Keep your head down. Spartan down. Reloading. Another one down. Targets are over there.
In a hail of gunfire.
Halfway to victory.
Taking fire. Another one down. Targets are over there. Enemies on me.
In a hail of gunfire.
Taking fire.
Double kill. Steak-tacular. Victory.
Taking fire.
Double kill. Steak-tacular. Victory.
Taking fire.
Double kill. Steak-tacular. Victory. Slayer.
Slay 'em all! No mercy!
Slayer.
Stay mobile.
Lost the lead. Gained the lead.
No mercy!
Stay mobile.
Lost the lead. Gained the lead.
Stay mobile.
Lost a teammate. Enemy shields down.
halfway to victory.
Another one down.
Close.
Team nearing victory.
Shot!
Double kill.
We've lost a teammate.
Defeat.
We've lost a teammate.
Defeat.
Lost a teammate.
Defeat.
Honda Accelerator, a global open innovation program.
Of Honda's research awareness of the complex. Perhaps we can expand the joy of personal mobility and the joy of being active. This idea has served as the foundation and inspiration of Honda's research of walking since 1999. two independent walking assist technologies have been developed.
Innovation Program.
With these and at a greater speed, the ability to walk longer distances is realized. Stride Management Assist. When worn, the motor of the Stride Management Assist is behind one's lower back. It provides the appropriate amount of assist to the thigh during a step forward and when the rear leg pushes off the ground, within a predetermined target range setting, enabling it to adjust the length of the stride and walking rhythm. The positive impact was clearly evident. When worn during a hill test, we were able to confirm the relief it provides by monitoring the user's heartbeat. We also observed an overall increase in muscle activity due to natural lengthening of the walking stride. Results from continuous testing revealed that the length of a person's stride increases and walking speed increases. The Stride Management Assist can be easily used by those who have lost strength in their legs due to aging or some other cause. Lessening of the burden on one's body when walking, as well as some degree of maintenance and restoration of the walking function, are but a few of the effects that have been observed during testing of the Stride Management Assist. Currently, the technology is being validated as we aspire to our ultimate goal of realizing practical everyday applications. Management Assist can be easily used by those who have lost strength in their legs due to aging or some other cause. One amazing effect of using the Body Weight Support Assist is that your body will feel lighter. By assisting with the support of a person's body weight, there is less burden on a person's leg joints when going up and down stairs, crouching, and walking. The Body Weight Support Assist is simple to use as the seat's position can be easily maneuvered. Honda's independently designed configuration and control technology enable natural support of a wide range of body positions and movements. Adjustments are made to the appropriate level of assist generated depending on the angle of flexion of one's knee. The higher the flexion level, the stronger the amount of assist. A common observation in testing was that users' muscles were not as heavily burdened, making them less prone to fatigue. The Body Weight Support Assist reduces fatigue when conducting manual tasks, such as deliveries which involve standing, crouching, and going up and down stairs. In addition, it can reduce the burden of such movements during everyday activities, such as leisure and sightseeing. We are investigating the benefits that it could offer across a broad range of activities. Being able to walk longer distances with ease and at a greater speed. Stride Management Assist. Having the effect of making you feel like you are less. Body Weight Support Assist. With Honda Walking Assist devices, Honda will seek to create the joy of personal mobility for people around the world. Being able to walk longer distances with ease and at a greater speed. Stride Management Assist.
When I was a student, I'd write long essays that I'd work on for days, but now I'm writing short emails and messages all day, every day. Grammarly has been a lifesaver. Here's an example of an email I wrote at work. With just a few clicks, Grammarly helps me reword my sentences so that they're crisper. Split that run-on sentence into two. I can stay efficient while sounding clear every time. This is so much cleaner. And of course, it helps me correct any embarrassing typos, which happens sometimes when I'm trying to type quickly. Writing is a big part of my role. Grammarly helps me feel confident I'm doing it well. If you don't have it, you're missing out. It's free. Go download it right now. Just a few clicks. Grammarly helps me reword my sentences so that they're crisper. Split that run-on sentence into two.
Active camo inbound. Active camo available. Active camo inbound.
Halfway to killing spree.
Looking deeply inside nature through the magnifying glass of science, designers extract principles, processes, and materials that are forming the very basis of biology. From synthetic constructs that resemble biological materials, and computational methods that emulate nature driving design. Design is also driving nature. In realms of genetics, regenerative medicine, and synthetic biology, designers are growing novel technologies not foreseen or anticipated by nature. Bionics explores the interplay between biology and design. As you can see, my legs are bionic. Today I will tell human stories of bionic integration, how electromechanics attached to the body implanted inside the body are beginning to bridge the gap between disability and ability, between human limitation
Active camo
and
inbound.
human potential. Bionics has defined my physicality. In 1982, both of my legs were amputated due to tissue damage from frostbite incurred during a mountain climbing accident. At that time, I didn't view my body as broken. I reasoned that a human being can never be broken. Technology is broken. Technology is inadequate. This simple but powerful idea was a call to arms to advance technology for the elimination of my own disability and ultimately to the disability of others. I began by developing specialized limbs that allowed me to return to the vertical world of rock and ice climbing. I quickly realized that the artificial part of my body is malleable, able to take on any form, any function. A blank slate which to create perhaps structures that could extend beyond biological capability. I made my height adjustable. I could be as short as 5 feet or as tall as I'd like. So when I was feeling badly about myself, insecure, I would jack my height up. But when I was feeling confident and suave, I would knock my height down a notch just to give the competition a chance.
Victory.
Narrow wedge feet allow me to climb steep rock fissures with a human foot cannot penetrate. And spike feet enable me to climb vertical ice walls without ever experiencing muscle leg fatigue. Through technological innovation, I returned to my sport stronger and better. Technology had eliminated my disability and allowed me a new climbing prowess. As a young man, I imagined a future world where technology so advanced could rid the world of disability. A world in which neural implants would allow the visually impaired to see. A world in which the paralyzed could walk via body exoskeleton. Sadly, because of deficiencies in technology, disability is rampant in the world. This gentleman is missing 3 limbs. As a testimony to current technology, he is out of the wheelchair, but we need to do a better job in Bionics to allow one day full rehabilitation for a person with this level of injury. At the MIT Media Lab, we've established the Center for Extreme Bionics. The mission of the center is to put forth fundamental science and technological capability that will allow the biomechatronic and regenerative repair of humans across a broad range of brain and body disabilities. Today I'm going to tell you how my legs function, how they work, as a kind of case in point for this center. Now, I made sure to shave my legs last night because I knew I'd be showing them off. At the MIT Bionics entails the engineering of extreme interfaces. There's 3 extreme interfaces in my bionic limbs. Mechanical, how my limbs are attached to my biological body. Dynamic, how they move like flesh and bone. And electrical, how they communicate with my nervous system. I'll begin with mechanical interface. Today I'm going to tell you in the area of design, we still do not understand how to attach devices to the body mechanically. It's extraordinary to me that in this day and age, one of the most mature, oldest technologies in the human timeline, the shoe, still gives us blisters. How can this be? We have no idea how to attach things to our bodies. This is the beautifully lyrical design work of Professor Neri Oxman at the MIT Media Lab, showing spatially varying exoskeletal impedances, shown here by color variation in this 3D printed model. Imagine a future where clothing is stiff and soft where you need it, when you need it, for optimal support and flexibility, without ever... How can this be? We have no idea how to attach things to our bodies. This is the beautifully lyrical design of Professor Neri Oxman at the MIT Media Lab, showing spatially varying exoskeletal impedances, shown here by color variation in this 3D printed model. Imagine a future where clothing is stiff and soft where you need it, when you need it, for optimal support and flexibility, without
From Honda Innovations will they...
This game, you're not ready for it.
Courage of captain to make an interplanetary flight. There is nowhere to refuel in outer space. A few words about the unusual approach of Musk's company. This is really interesting. Usually, computer simulations are carried out before launches, and only after that, prototypes are tested. NASA doesn't like explosions. Musk has a different approach. SpaceX produces prototypes of varying levels of readiness with the MK and SN indexes for testing specific technologies. For example, Starship SN2 was created to test the structure to which the engines are attached, and the SN5 was launched with one Raptor SN27 engine, but without the fairing. This explains the unfinished appearance of the rocket, but the SN10 had 3 engines. Things NASA tried to hide from the public eye were turned into a show by Musk. We are talking about the Interplanetary Transport System. In-orbit refueling is a key element of this system. The algorithm resembles a computer strategy game. The first rocket launches a ship with people into orbit. The next to go are tankers with fuel. After refueling in orbit, the Starship will be able to go on an interplanetary flight. Science fiction is getting closer to reality. But if a new type of propulsion system appears, then Musk's idea loses all meaning. While physicists were thinking about creating a propulsion system, NASA developed a strategy for the development of the Red Planet. The plan of a person's stay on Mars from the first day until the opportunity to have visitors there is developed in sufficient detail. In general, the colonization strategy looks like this. The first ship delivers a 3D printer to Mars. At the next stage, the 3D printer creates the individual elements and components of the future stationary engineering structure. The building materials are soil, water, rocks, and atmospheric gases. One of the tasks of the Perseverance rover is to collect samples of everything on Mars. After that, the printed parts are assembled in the correct order, and voila! We have a full-fledged Martian base, capable of receiving people and cargo from Earth. That's what we meant when we talked about WIT. Delivering a small 3D printer that will print a bigger 3D printer, and so on. But seriously, 3D printers have already been successfully tested on Earth and aboard the ISS. Experiments have shown that these devices are capable of printing almost everything that is necessary for the life of colonists on Mars. This will be more efficient and cheaper than delivering everything needed by space shuttles. The only difficulties are energy sources of appropriate capacity. And these, as you might guess, are the main component for the life support of the base. By the way, a 3D printer also needs energy. It turns out that our civilization has no alternative to nuclear power units. The three most common concepts of a nuclear rocket engine were known until recently: solid phase, gas phase, and liquid phase. Each type corresponds to the aggregate state of nuclear fuel: solid, melt, and high-temperature gas or plasma as its alternative. A solid-phase nuclear rocket engine is essentially a nuclear reactor, or a chamber where a nuclear reaction takes place. The fuel element is rods or hollow tubes. Uranium dioxide pellets sealed inside each rod are the fuel. This is how most stationary nuclear reactors work. The nuclear reaction of uranium dioxide heats the rods, which in turn heat the medium, or, as nuclear physicists say, the working medium of the reactor. Hydrogen is usually considered a working medium for a solid-phase nuclear rocket engine. Less common, it's ammonia or helium. Let us recall that water vapor from heavy water is the working medium in nuclear reactors on Earth. Compactness is important for a nuclear rocket engine, so hydrogen is acceptable. Turning into gas, the working medium breaks out into the nozzle and thrust appears. The specific impulse of a solid-phase nuclear rocket engine is 3 times higher than that of chemical rocket power plants and is about 800 to 900 meters per second. For example, SpaceX's Raptor engine used for the Starship has a specific impulse of 380 in vacuum and 330 at ground. For liquid-phase jet engines, where nuclear fuel is in a liquid state, the impulse is 14,000 meters per second. In a gas phase or plasma nuclear jet engine, the impulse is even higher, 30,000 meters per second, which is 10 times more than that of chemical analogs. However, working models of nuclear jet engines do not exist, neither in the United States nor in Russia. Spacecraft are still powered by chemical propulsion systems. For example, Elon Musk's SpaceX Starship uses a mixture of liquefied methane and oxygen as an oxidizer. It is not surprising, because the coolant itself, or the working medium, flies out of the nozzle of a nuclear power plant. The danger of the exhaust is obvious. Radioactive gases are breaking out. Now, if we could only find a way and create such a cycle so that a thermonuclear reaction would be safe both for the environment and for the astronauts, it would be a real revolution. Fatima Ebrahimi, a physicist at the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, PPPL, of DOE, recently unveiled a new concept for a propulsion system that could quickly deliver a spacecraft to Mars. The journey will only take 3 months. That's incredible. In fact, there is such a reactor at Princeton. Observing its work led Fatima Ebrahimi to think about a nuclear rocket engine, the effectiveness of which would allow us to talk about a mission to Mars as a real event. We're talking about the tokamak reactor, a toroidal vacuum chamber with magnetic coils that contain and control high-temperature plasma inside the reactor using a magnetic field. By the same principle, the plasma on the Sun is constrained by powerful magnetic fields. The tokamak reactor looks like a donut, only it's almost hollow inside. If you bought this one at Dunkin' Donuts, you would be unhappy. Plasma plays the role of the filling. The particles are accelerated up to a speed of 20,000 meters per second in a circle inside the reactor, and the plasma takes the form of a closed cord. If you open the torus and let the energy out, you get a tremendous thrust and, most importantly, effective braking. Because accelerating to crazy speed is only half the battle, it is also important to brake at the right time. According to Fatima Ebrahimi, a spacecraft with an engine like this will reach Mars in about 3 months. It's not a big deal compared to previous performance that was possible with chemical rocket engines. But how can it be applied to a rocket? The peculiarity of tokamaks is related to the fact that the larger the donut, the more stable it works. The idea of tokamak was formulated for the first time by the Soviet physicist Oleg Lavrentiev in the middle of the 50s of the last century. At the time, this technology was actively developed by the United States, Soviets, China, Japan, and South Korea. Depending on the strength of the magnetic field, the system, the density of the plasma depends on the strength of the magnetic field. Similar phenomena can be observed on the Sun. Theoretically, plasma and tokamak can be heated up to 150 million degrees. By comparison, The temperature in the hottest part of the Sun, in its core, is about 15 million degrees. The problem is its poor stability, and the smaller the size of the tokamak, the more the unstable behavior of the plasma is manifested. As soon as the plasma touches the reactor wall, it immediately loses energy and destroys the reactor walls. The world record for holding high-temperature plasma was set at the South Korean K-Star tokamak in 2016. The scientists heated the plasma to 50 million degrees and held it in a magnetic field for over 70 seconds. Then, the plasma lost its shape and touched the wall of the tokamak, turning it into steam. The reaction stopped. As you can see, the technology is still imperfect, even in a terrestrial laboratory. How can it be implemented in a flying object? The nuclear rocket engine is relatively compact. How nuclear physicists are going to tame plasma in such a reactor is a big question. If the engine collapses, then the fate of the astronauts will be not so enviable. So far, Princeton scientists have figured out how to protect the walls of the tokamak from destruction. It turned out that boron copes with this better than other coatings. The material is very poisonous though, and the reactor has to be stopped and serviced after each break of plasma. When this happens, all laboratory workers are evacuated to another room. There is also a more efficient and safer way of covering the chamber walls with boron, which also does not require stopping the tokamak. The boron powder is injected directly during the operation of the reactor. Test leader Robert Lunsford from the U.S. Department of Energy's Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory believes that this technology is more effective and less dangerous. Let's assume that the tokamak can be saved from destruction and, if necessary, restarted right in outer space. How do we achieve plasma stability? There is a theory that plasma behaves more stable in vacuum. If a thermonuclear rocket engine is working only in outer space, then the wall can be removed from the structure, leaving only small protective pads on the magnetic coils. This will facilitate the task of igniting a thermonuclear plasma. Perhaps Fatima Ebrahimi thought about this when she watched the tokamak in her laboratory. If so, we will soon see the engine depicted by the futurists on the UFO. Then the power plant of the spacecraft must consist of different types of rocket engines. For example, a traditional chemical engine will launch a rocket into outer space, and a nuclear installation will start in outer space. There is also the problem of choosing a suitable working medium and a nuclear fuel. A number of criteria must be met here. The most important characteristics are compactness and energy have always been one of the shining and stunned at how
liftoff of the Falcon 9.
SpaceX.
1. Liftoff of the Falcon 9.
He was originally the co-founder of the electronic payment firm PayPal. Please be sure to this reusable two-stage designers and engineers at SpaceX came up with the next generation of rocket that would be powerful enough to transport cargo and passengers far past the orbit of Earth and even farther than the Moon. This new generation of rocket would be known as the Starship. The Starship would be a two-stage rocket that stands at an incredible 394 feet tall. The first stage, known as the Super Heavy, will have a 30-foot diameter, and its Raptor engines would generate 76 meganewtons of force. That's over 16 million pounds of force. Using subcooled liquid methane and liquid oxygen, it would send the second stage, the Starship, into orbit, where its engines would propel it deep into space. Suborbital test flights for these rockets have been taking place since July of 2019. At that time, the name of the first rocket was Starhopper. It was a carbon composite low-altitude test vehicle that was not built to fly, but rather to test its Raptor rocket engine. Next came the low-altitude Mk prototypes, of which 3 were made. They were made with a different design than that of the Starhopper. The first rocket was destroyed, and the second 2 were scrapped. Us to the latest signs that have to be taken into account long before the Starship was fired. So, did many people's important scientific achievements in human history. We hope you enjoy.
Tesla is a company that's been around since 2003. Though they have evolved to be an industry leader in clean energy and electric-powered vehicles, They have begun to steer away from the automotive market and have been researching and selling other products such as solar panels, batteries, flamethrowers, and now airplanes. Tesla has yet to launch one of their electric planes. However, they plan to take over the market and bring electric planes to the masses. Welcome to Daily Aviation. The beginning of Tesla. So just to give you a brief rundown, Tesla is not a company that is new to electric innovations. They've been around the block a time or two and have been working tirelessly on electric vehicles since 2003 when they were founded by Martin Eberhard and Mark Tarpenning. They created Tesla as a response to General Motors recalling all of its electric cars and destroying them. Many Ford vehicles in the late 90s and early 2000s faced a similar fate. Tesla wanted to do things differently and aimed to make an electric vehicle that would suit the needs of the average consumer while also being stylish, efficient, and affordable. Within just 3 years, the company had developed a prototype of its first car, the Tesla Roadster. The car was officially in production by 2008. From here, their cars and engineering grew to new heights, and the rest, as they say, is history. Tesla refines never in response to a said that he had plan, so we may see a Tesla plane making an appearance in this plan within the next couple of years. How far can an electric plane go? With all that in mind, it's time to address the elephant in the room. We all know that electric cars can have a fairly limited range when compared to gasoline cars. Many gasoline cars and SUVs can have ranges that exceed 400 or 500 miles without needing to stop for gas. However, even the most efficient electric vehicles these days can only go around 300 miles, though most go less than 100. This begs the question, how far will an electric plane be able to travel? Elon has thought about this idea quite a bit, and it seems as though he has some ideas in mind, though he hasn't made any public announcements about how he plans to tackle this issue. If we keep in mind that the longest flight in the world is from Singapore to New York, that flight totals about 9,300 miles and takes about 17 hours as well, many people wonder if an electric plane would be able to travel such a long distance, and that is a genuine concern. If we consider that most electric cars can only travel about 70% of the range of a normal gasoline car, that would mean a modern-day Tesla plane would likely be able to travel about 6,510 miles on a single charge. That means that a Tesla plane making the same trip as a normal plane would likely crash somewhere in the ocean long before it could successfully fly to shore. This also introduces the problem of charging. Heading to a gas station only takes about 2 or 3 minutes to fill up your car. However, most electric car chargers can take up to 12 hours to bring your car to a complete charge. If you're working in an airport where there is high traffic 24 hours per day, planes would likely need far less energy to travel than a car would. Planes are able to glide much more.
Brain HQ is a
In today's world, many know Elon Musk as the founder of Tesla and CEO of SpaceX. But he may soon become a worldwide internet monopoly figure as well, which is something Russia is not the happiest about. In this video, we are going to examine why the Russians and those of some other countries are so wary of the Starlink project. What's more, we will also look at the use of this technology as it relates to military applications. Let's dive right in. The starting point for the Starlink project is considered to be 2014, when the project's early planning initially began. However, it really should be 2007 when Greg Weiler first founded O3B Networks, whose shareholders included satellite operator SES, which purchased 49.5% of the shares, Google, HSBC, and Liberty Global. SES saw massive potential in Weiler's idea at the start, having bought out the shares of all other shareholders of O3B Networks by 2016. The name O3B itself is an abbreviation for Other 3 Billion, which serves as a reminder of the 3 billion people who did not have access to the internet in 2007. The project's main task was the creation of a group of satellites moving at an altitude of about 8,000 kilometers from Earth right above the equator. It was assumed that they would be able to provide broadband internet to the part of our planet's population living between 45 degrees south and 45 degrees north latitude. Such a large-scale project was not without its drawbacks, of course. The biggest one was that in order to receive this network, a complex comprising 2 antennas with a diameter of about 8 feet and a price tag of $120,000 was required. Of these, one received a signal, tracking a flying satellite, and the second was simultaneously guided over to the next spacecraft in order to change the first one as soon as its satellite was below the horizon. The governments, Pacific Island states, and the Pentagon, for their overseas bases, quickly took interest in the project. However, due to the high price of equipment, the provision of such a service remained sky-high for villagers and most private parties. The idea needed a sort of paradigm shift towards greater accessibility. And then such a project appeared. However, it was proposed by Google internally, having filed a patent application for a satellite constellation to provide broadband, internet access via a network of gateway ground stations, and inter-satellite links. The brains behind the concept was Mark Krebs, who joined the Dobra Corporation back in 2013. He also brought Elon Musk into his project, who was, at that time, only just laying the foundation for his future success, switching to the Falcon 9 version 1.1 and docking the Dragon cargo spacecraft at the ISS. The billionaire was assigned the role of delivering satellites into space and to their manufacturer. A little later in 2016, Krebs would move over to SpaceX. Then in 2018, he would join the Amazon Kuiper project headed by Elon Musk's sworn friend Jeff Bezos, where he still works. In 2014, both Google management and Greg Weiler apparently failed to share something. This caused the latter to refuse to cooperate, subsequently founding his own project, OneWeb, formerly known as Worldview. Elon Musk, in turn, secured funding from Google, then left to work on his own project as well. The billionaire's first mention of Starlink came in November 2014, when he voiced the imminent announcement of a new project related to satellite groups. In January 2015, the first office in Redmond, Washington was opened, having been created specifically for the development of Starlink. And in November 2016, the FCC received the first application from Musk to utilize the frequency spectrum of the Ku and Ka bands for a satellite constellation of 4,425 spacecraft. The company received official permission almost 2 years later in March of 2018, and just over a year later, in April of 2019, the FCC approved SpaceX's application to change the previously announced Ku-band network. At this point, we're now looking at 1,584 satellites at an altitude of 550 kilometers, as opposed to the previous 1,150 kilometers with an inclination of 53 degrees. Alongside this, in March 2017, the company also created an additional application for a group of 7,518 satellites to use the V-band frequency spectrum. In this particular case, the permit did not take as long, having gone through by November 2018. The first tests with the Falcon 9 launch vehicle bearing the first Microsat 2A and Microsat 2B satellites were carried out in February 2018. These were later given an image with as they moved in front of the exposure. The final cost could potentially exceed these initial marks. At the same time, however, they preferred to leave the cost of subscriber terminals at a much more accessible $100 to $300. Although in the end it turned out to be higher than expected, settling at $499. The most ambitious part of the project, though, was a plan to route funding of the city through Musk via significant profits generated by Starlink. In 2017, the Wall Street Journal published material from journalists who had claimed having access to SpaceX's 2015 business plan. According to this, Starlink was supposed to overtake SpaceX in revenue by 2020, and in 2025 its revenue was predicted to reach $30 billion per year, 6 times more than Musk's rocket business, while serving 40 million subscribers. Considering that the combined total revenue of the 5 largest satellite operators in the world, Intelsat, SES, Inmarsat, Telesat, and Eutelsat was about $7.75 billion in 2019, the goal of $30 billion by 2025 seemed practically unattainable. Morgan Stanley also shared its outlook for Starlink's business, stating that the project would not generate positive cash flow until around 2033. In 2020, a record of 230 megabytes per second appeared on the Starlink network. A little later, it broke through at around 330 megabytes per second. Today, the maximum speed is 430 megabytes per second. With an initial $499 starting payment and $99 monthly service fees, subscribers were more than happy with these results. Another indisputable advantage was the terminal's operability in any given temperature weather conditions. Thus, Starlink terminals can be officially considered all-weather. Additionally, SpaceX's entry into the markets of various countries has proven to be a huge success. In addition to the 15 subsidiaries already established in the largest world countries, the company began to provide services in Canada, Germany, New Zealand, and the UK, going through the full cycle from creating a subsidiary to obtaining a license, rights to frequencies, creating a gateway, warehouse, and settings on logistics systems. Investors strongly believe Musk's idea will succeed. Not long after making significant advances in promoting the Starlink project, SpaceX released a $1.9 billion new share offering at a price 60% higher than the previous one. While most people living in the remote regions of various countries were ecstatic at the imminent opportunity to become familiar with all the benefits of the modern international web, at a decent speed, a number of providers and countries strongly opposed such manifestations of freedom. One of those who opposed Musk's initiative was Russia. The State Duma is considering the possibility of imposing fines on individuals and legal entities using SpaceX services in the country. This would also cover OneWeb satellites and any other devices developed by foreign companies. The recommended fine for those subscribers who nevertheless dare to order one of the devices from Starlink would range from $130 to $400 and anywhere from $6,750 to $13,500 for legal entities using services provided by the Western system. Considering that the head of Roscosmos, Dmitry Rogozin, has long been exchanging pleasantries with Elon Musk via Twitter and views SpaceX as the main competitor in space flights, such bans have not exactly come as a surprise for very many. But in his statements, Rogozin decided to push things even further, claiming that Starlink is nothing more than a scheme for providing uninterrupted communications with U.S. Special Forces, accusing American authorities of yet another attempt to advance their military interests. In order to keep up with its foreign counterparts, Russia also intends to create its own satellite internet project called Sphere. However, there have been many questions thus far regarding the availability of such a large-scale venture, especially with the launch of the first devices scheduled for 2024. The project's budget has not yet been finalized, although some reports have cited a cost of about $20 billion, which is significantly more than the amount spent by Russia on civilian space missions. The current budget of the Roscosmos is approximately $2.4 billion a year. China is also competing with...
Can artificial intelligence make you money in 2022? Well, check out this AI bot that I've been using. In the past 14 hours, it's made $4,250 for me. Now, here's another bot that I set up just 11 days ago, and it's made me over $3,000. So the answer is yes, artificial intelligence can absolutely make
with Russia for control of censorship. Authorities there have expressed interest in deploying their own version of the global satellite internet exclusively. In February of last year, the PRC began testing one of 7 prototypes belonging to the Honghyun satellite system. The first phase of the project, which involves the launch of several thousand satellites into near-Earth orbit, is planned for 2022. The second phase of putting communication satellites into operation is scheduled for 2025. This, according to the PRC government, will allow the country to provide access to satellite internet around the world. There will be 2 networks comprising of 12,992 satellites. One will have 6,080 satellites set to an altitude of 508 to 600 kilometers above the Earth, and the other will have 6,912 satellites at an altitude of 1,145 kilometers. Another major problem regarding the provision of internet access without permission is the legal regulations concerning radio wave transmissions. When asked what governments such as Venezuela, Afghanistan, or North Korea can do to block access to Starlink, Musk responded, "They can shake their fists at the sky." However, dictators do have leverage of their own, so it is unlikely that SpaceX will try to bypass the borders of authoritarian countries like Iran, which maintain international relations with the other powerful governments. China imports significant volumes of oil from Iran and will not likely respond well to attempts at destabilizing its government. In the meantime, while China and Russia are busy planning, SpaceX continues to actively launch its Starlink platforms. The last launch took place on November 13, 2021 from Cape Canaveral, when the Falcon 9 departed with 53 satellites on board. Furthermore, the The world recently saw the new incarnation of the subscriber terminal UT2. It was with this that the company saved the device from flaws earlier encountered, such as a tightly connected PoE cable, 100 feet long instead of 75. The Ethernet port for connecting a foreign router was removed from a separate power supply. The most important technical aspect, however, was the increased area of use on the antenna, 73% for the new version versus 57% for the UT1. The latter notably improved both signal reception and network speed. What are your views on the future of satellite internet? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
SpaceX has experienced enormous success in the space
This is the video that you've been waiting for. The one aircraft everyone has witnessed, from Air Force to stargazers to historians and aviation buffs. Triangle in shape, this spy plane design seems like something out of a science fiction novel. It can perform incredibly high G turns, undetectable on radar, and was developed from top secret Nazi research captured from World War II. And believe it or not, it would use an engine system that can only be described as anti-gravity magic. Prepare yourself for an impossible video on an impossible aircraft, the anti-gravity TR-3B Black Manta. This video could be dubbed Deja Vu Time because it's a case of here we go again. In fact, this video could even have its own theme song, namely Here We Go by Swedish group Stakka Boo, a fun ska rap tune of the 1990s. By the way, the lead singer of that song went on to be the director of the award-winning 2019 HBO miniseries Chernobyl. Hey, don't say I only talk about aviation on this channel, okay? Yep, I've dived and dug deep and put together another instance of a mystery plane that the US military refuses to acknowledge, and which, for all intents and purposes, simply doesn't exist. You know, one of those planes. The fact that this one is also black and triangle-shaped puts it in the same league as another controversial plane that the US military says doesn't exist, the Aurora. That one has its own video here on Found and Explained, so check that out if you like. So let's turn our attention to the TR-3B Black Manta, a triangle-shaped anti-gravity plane around which there has been much speculation. Like the Aurora, it deserves some attention.
Drinking water before bed burns 46 pounds in 2 weeks. If you are struggling to lose weight and you're over 25, then you need to hear this. People are burning 2.5 pounds of fat each night as they sleep by adding this one ingredient to their glass of water before bed. Harvard scientists confirmed for the first time ever that weight gain problems have nothing to do with your metabolism.
So the question that is on your lips, what is meant by anti-gravity? In the case of the TR-3B Black Manta, it means a craft that uses highly pressurized mercury accelerated by nuclear energy. So the plasma is produced, which in turn creates a field of anti-gravity around the craft. It has an electromagnetic coil at the heart of its motive power system, the result of which is electromagnetic drive that interacts with the Higgs-Boson field at the quantum level. Heady stuff indeed, and definitely something that is probably not common knowledge, or even really provable at this point. So an anti-gravity aircraft doesn't use conventional turbine or rocket engine technology, but instead a propulsion system that creates thrust by generating high-energy plasma. These aircraft are also referred to as flux liners. As with many divergent aviation technologies, anti-gravity technology dates back to the latter part and aftermath of World War II, and specifically the covert.
Diabetes is dangerous, and this is a fact. I just checked the statistics and saw that the number of people who have diabetes increases every year. It's about a new naturally, though, you points or
The militaries of the world have invested force to be reckoned with, carrying catch on 5-wheel drive for historical name Amtrak and equipment ready to go. The Caspian Sea Monster is mostly a guns. Since the autumn do the M9, the hot zone, you're greeted with a bulldozer fire.
One of humanity's most inspiring achievements was when we first flew into space. But the entire space program would not have been possible without the existence of the rocket engine. With interest in space travel growing every year, more and more companies are striving to develop their own technological solutions to turn this dream into a reality. In today's video, we are going to take a look at several different intriguing technological solutions that will have a person heading into the stars over and over in the future. Let's begin with what is perhaps the most controversial rocket engine of the past 30 years, the M-Drive. This concept of a rocket engine, first proposed by British engineer Roger Schoya in 1999, comprised a magnetron and a resonator. The man described it as a fuel-free rocket engine. The magnetron installed generates microwaves. The vibration energy of these waves accumulates in a high-quality resonator. Then a standing wave of electromagnetic truncated cone detecting even the segmentation. This sign not present ion engine. The country's authorities have all named deep with sea. Program participants were selected by NASA alongside the US Department of Energy, and contracts worth $5 million.
This episode of Real Shopping for
The SR-71, also known as the Blackbird, is an icon. Keyed SR-71 technical spec addressing the 71 set double coating on the whole. While they are undoubtedly inclined to put the SR-72 into service quickly, the Air Force is still leaning more towards acquiring dozens of F-35 stealth fighters, which Lockheed Martin is also building, as well as the next generation B-21 Raider bombers. Therefore, some experts are saying that the projected first flights of the SR-72 in 2023 and its entry into service with the US Air Force in 2030 is still too optimistic. What are your thoughts? Will the SR-72 live up to the expectations? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to see more content just like today's. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next video.
The new invention of Elon Musk. How does an entrepreneur help Ukraine in the fight against Russia? About this and much more in our video today. Welcome to the Tech Zone channel. In this video we will talk about the latest news around Ukraine and Russia, Elon Musk's help to Ukraine, and analyze what is happening now. In 2022, the world has changed a lot. The growth of international tension due to Russia's actions in Ukraine has forced many countries to think about improving their own security. And this is not only about the introduction of new military technologies, but also about the development of those industries that will be able to ensure the safety of people both in peacetime. It is especially important to introduce innovations in the field of artificial intelligence, communications and aviation, because these are the industries that can save many human lives in the event of a new military conflict. One of those people who understand the importance of developments in these areas is Elon Musk. So, his company SpaceX is preparing a revolution in the field of communications with its Starlink program. His other company, Tesla, is actively investing in the development of artificial intelligence for unmanned vehicles and the creation of its own robot. Skeptics may say that all these developments are directly related to the area that SpaceX and Tesla are engaged in, which means that Musk's company will not conduct any developments for aviation. But this is only a superficial look at the situation. The fact is that most people seem to be stuck in 2019 and do not understand that Tesla has long been not just an automotive company, but a real center of innovation. This company has greatly expanded its field of activity over the past 3 years. Starting in 2019, Tesla began developing its own artificial intelligence, its own robot, and even a phone, the release of which.
Can artificial intelligence make you money in 2022? Well, check out this AI bot that I've been using. In the past 14 hours, it's made $4,250 for me. Now, here's another bot that I set up just 11 days ago, and it's made me over $3,000. So the answer is yes, artificial intelligence can absolutely make you money in 2022. Do you want to...
Which was announced earlier this year. It is not surprising that this company is also very actively engaged in the field of aviation. So, a couple of years ago, they presented their own model of an electric helicopter, which will be designed to transport cargo, patrol streets, and help evacuate citizens from combat zones. But today we will tell you not about him, but about another, more intriguing development, an electric aircraft with a vertical takeoff and landing system. Back in October 2021, American businessman Elon Musk said he wanted to create a supersonic electric aircraft with
A-18EF began to change when a mysteriously shaped aircraft was spotted by a TikToker. A dark-colored shape sitting on a trailer as it moved at a location that was identified as the Helendale Radar Cross-Section Facility at Lockheed's Skunk Works facilities in Palmdale. Maybe the fact that it was being moved in plain daylight in front of someone filming with a smartphone without being covered seems to suggest it was nothing too secret. And that wasn't all. The Navy continued, revealing to the public via its Chief of Naval Operations Air Warfare Directorate, Gregory Harris, that although the 6th Gen fighter would indeed replace the Hornets, the service was skeptical about so much high-tech and damage with the intelligence of all. The fighter's sensors come with maximum connectivity, and thus the ability to share its data with every other member of the fleet, whether 6th generation or not. Having every US fighter on the battlefield equipped with relevant information would make the opposition as predictable as the sun rising from the east, keeping the United States one step ahead at all times. And it gets even worse for the opposition. The US is upgrading from radars mounted on the aircraft to electronically configured smart skins integrated into the aircraft's fuselage. This results in increased sensor sensitivity and networking adaptability, allowing the FA-XX tons of battle information in fractions of a second from satellites, which understandably always have better viewing angles. So combined with its own data, the FA-XX could easily brew a detailed real-time battlefield map, dish it out to its comrades, and unleash an unimaginable level of fury, all at the same time. Number 3. Open architecture. With other top nations seemingly catching up every generation of the way, the US has come to realize that an aircraft will always have room to be better, no matter how advanced it is. This is why the FA-XX comes with an open architecture to make it easily upgradable. This flexible setup favors every class of the aircraft, from the sensor suite taking on improved program codes to its weapons bay being able to shift priorities from traditional projectile weapons to directed energy laser weapons, depending on the preference of any particular mission. Therefore, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to say the 6th generation FA-XX fighter could become the 7th generation FA-XX fighter in some decades without having to tear it all down. Number 2. Increased payload. Thanks to more efficient space management, the FA-XX fighter can take on more payload than fighters of similar size ever could. Then there's the fact that the fighter does have a larger blended wing airframe than today's standard, which also contributes to the cause of increased payload. The pros of increased payload are limitless, ranging from more weapons to more fuel, which in turn results in more range. The fighter would also be able to take on larger, more powerful laser weapons and cooling systems to cool down the laser weapons in time, after taking shots at targets on the ground, in the air, or, crazy enough, in space. Number 1. New spectrum of weapons and propulsion. If attack is the best form of defense, then the FA-XX is the ultimate defender. Its strategic array of weapons is a mix of high-performance guns, missiles, and directed energy weapons that ensure total air superiority. The only con of such weapons would usually be the high costs, but have been balanced out by the relatively friendly cost of the fighter. Yes, contrary to common belief, the fighter isn't looking to break the bank. The aircraft's propulsion is also one to behold, leveraging the power and dynamic nature of an adaptive cycle engine that could operate efficiently under subsonic, transonic, and supersonic conditions. And thanks to its air-to-air refueling capabilities and aircraft carrier compatibility, the Fa-XX, in theory, has limitless range, making it a true intercontinental weapon.
Do you guys see this app right here? It's called Audible. There's actually a better way to make money on.
However, dominating as it is, the Fa-XX might not have it easy, with foreign competition upping their game almost at the same pace as the US. For now, in terms of timeline and capabilities, the American fighter does seem to own the throne, but closely behind are three competitors thirsting to snatch the crown. Tempest. Tempest is a 6th generation fighter under development by Team Tempest. The Team Tempest consists of the UK Ministry of Defence, the government of Britain, a fighter under fighter, the MiG-40 against an with a project code having something to do with 41. Its planned name, however, although Russian, when translated to English means Prospective Air Complex for Long-Range Interception, which is exactly what it's designed for, prevent offender. And that'll be all for now. Video on your only share with us agile software development architecture. Depending on how many likes this video gets, you could get a video on your fighter of choice. So hit the thumbs up button below and remember to subscribe to the channel so we can know. The A-10 Warthog, or Thunderbolt II, is the most legendary aircraft throughout decades of combat operations. In 2014, the USAF saw the first attempt to completely retire the A-10 to save $3.7 billion military, culminating years later with the A-9, the heaviest automatic cannon. The 30mm GAU-8A Avenger rests in front of the aircraft. The front landing gear retracts from under the wings in an offset position, with the rear wheels in line with the fuselage. This setup allows room for the massive weapon. The barrel of the GAU-8A extends out from the nose of the A-10. It is the heaviest automatic cannon ever mounted on an aircraft.
The new invention of Elon happening now. Communications company, takeoff and landing. In this regard, they even made a statement. We must admit that the Tesla management has so far openly discouraged speculation about their involvement in eVTOL. But is it possible that Tesla will be on our roads, underground in tunnels, and even on Mars, but not in the sky above the Earth? Unlikely. So, what is this electric plane? Let's take a closer look.
Drinking water before bed burns 46.
Is understood as an electrified aircraft. Aviation experts distinguish three levels of electrification of aircraft: more electric, fully electric, and hybrid.
Space has always been a marvel. A once-in-a-lifetime tourist destination surely couldn't be up to rack up to $13 billion, period.
Which did not
the Earth.
take into account the benefits associated with aviation.
Dollars are floating over intercontinental treaty that prevents such weapons, and understandably so. Because what
analysts say. The analysis is based on the research firm's forecasts of a global eVTOL market worth $9 trillion by 2050. So, what is this electric plane? Let's take a closer look. The term electric airplane is understood as an electrified aircraft. Aviation experts distinguish three levels of electrification of aircraft: more electric, fully electric, and hybrid. The more electric aircraft, like a conventional aircraft, is equipped with an internal combustion engine. The motor converts the chemical energy of the burning fuel into mechanical energy and creates thrust of force that pushes it through the airflow. But most of the equipment work, wing adjustment, landing gear release, and so on, perform electric drives. They are powered by the power supply system and convert electrical energy into mechanical energy. A fully electric airplane is an aircraft that does not have internal combustion engines, and all equipment runs on electricity. To create traction in such aircraft, electric motors are used, which are powered by batteries. The hybrid aircraft is equipped with a hybrid power plant. It converts energy twice, first into mechanical energy with the help of internal combustion engines, then into electrical energy with the help of generators. The aircraft that Tesla is developing will be fully electric. This decision is connected not only with the desire to cause less harm to the environment, but also with the fact that electric airplanes are much more profitable. It is this prospect that motivates many large airlines to invest in the development of electric aircraft. Fuel costs account for up to 30% of their costs and significantly affect profits. In 2020, magniX and Aerotech Cessna 208B electric aircraft made a successful 30-minute flight. Executive Director Roy Ganzarski noted that the price of the flight was only $6. And if they used conventional motor fuel, the flight would cost $300 to $400. According to experts, the use of hybrid power plants will reduce fuel consumption by 70% in the future. In addition, electric motors are simpler than internal combustion engines. The same altitude capacity makes the billion future will be important development for military intelligence. Therefore, it's doing everything that I think is most likely to ensure a good future for humanity. That's what I'm going to do. Well, let's hope that the actions of people like Elon Musk will sooner or later lead our world to prosperity. Therefore, it is very important now that new technologies from Elon Musk continue to develop. The new Tesla aircraft can be very effective in the conditions of hostilities, not only for the evacuation of civilians from the territories that are being shelled, but also for transporting medical workers to particularly inaccessible areas of hostilities. Also, with the help of them, it will be possible to deliver especially important cargo and effectively patrol the area, which makes them a very important development for military intelligence. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe to the Tech Zone channel, leave comments, and share videos with your friends. Also for transporting medical workers to.
After years of research and development, we've created an automatic, fully electric, electromagnetically accelerated projectile weapon based on the Halo MA5. This video is sponsored by Omaze. Enter at omaze.com/hacksmith for your chance to win $100,000 cash and support our great Plasma Gauntlet to his repulsor, to Zarya's laser bazooka, to our various lightsabers. Though the latest iteration still uses a type of fuel. But what if we had enough electricity in a small enough form factor to power pretty much anything? Turns out we almost do. Years ago, Ian and I built an electromagnetic railgun as a science experiment, basically trying to recreate the ones used on Navy warships. It worked, but despite the giant 400-volt capacitors, it wasn't very impressive. Fast forward a few months, and while interviewing potential co-ops, we met Charles.
Why should we hire you? You start on Monday.
We basically hired him on the spot, and we started building our very first electromagnetically accelerated projectile weapon. Alas, due to Canadian laws, we had to make it less powerful than we had hoped, but all in all, it worked quite well, though it was only single shot. That wasn't enough for Charles, and he continued researching and planning version 2.0 for the next few years while he finished school. Today, he's a full-time employee here, and I decided it's about time to give him another shot. And since Halo Infinite just came out, and since we already did the Spartan helmet complete with a heads-up display and a real-life plasma energy sword, we might as well base our new energy weapon on the Halo MA5. Let's see what he can come up with.
Let me explain how this is going to work. We'll be using 13 electromagnetic coils, each to pull the projectile faster and faster as it moves down our barrel. Typically, each coil is only able to draw in a magnetic projectile towards its center. Electromagnets don't know that we only want the projectile to go in one direction. So we have to design the MA5 to turn our coils on, pull the projectile forwards, then turn the coil off before it starts to suck the projectile backwards again. That means each of the 13 stages requires controllers that determine when to turn the power on and off. Since this is happening at projectile speeds, we have to program the MA5 to sequence the coil stages automatically. To know where the projectile is, we have an LED and a light sensor at each stage. As a projectile interrupts the light beam, we want the controller to shut off the current coil and magnetize the next coil ahead. These need to be timed precisely, or the coils will instead slow the projectile down, make it shoot backwards, or possibly even catch fire. Now, you might be thinking, that sounds pretty simple. It isn't. In fact, this is the most complicated thing I have ever designed. So what makes it so difficult? You may remember, back in 2019, we did something an awful lot like this. That one was great, but it left a lot to be desired. It was crazy heavy, could only fire one shot at a time, needed an external battery pack, and it kept catching fire. I've been thinking about how to make this better for the 2 years since. Here's where it gets hard. I only have to replace the batteries, bus bars, controllers, coils, chassis, grips, switches, and software. Really, I have to replace everything. First, to get it to stop catching fire, I've got to redesign the switches to more reliably. I need to find a way to fit powerful enough batteries in the chassis so I don't need to tote into battle. Problem with them to produce the current, a load of magnetic stimuli coils. This is really
Don't mind me. I'm just taking my lunch because I'm using Pulsewave.
coils are done. Now we just need a switch that can turn them on and off. This is a MOSFET, a metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. It can comfortably fit on the tip of my finger, and it can switch enough power to start your car. On each stage, we're going to have 2 PCBs. If there's going to be 13 stages, then I guess I need to solder up 26 PCBs.
Would you like to go on a trip to Mars? While that sounds interesting, the time the journey takes will discourage many. Using current rockets, the shortest time to get to the red planet is 5 months, and you will have to target a small window that comes once every 2 years. While this piece of information might not mean anything to most people, for Elon Musk it means the failure or success of one of his passionate dreams, setting up people to live permanently on Mars. To make the travel to the planet more bearable, one of the options Musk is considering is warp drive, which promises to reduce the trip time by a large order of magnitude. What is warp drive and how fast can it help Musk put people on Mars? Join us as we Thanksgiving weekend to fix a problem on the Raptor rocket engine that powers the Starship. While it's a big deal to some of the employees and other non-SpaceX employees, working through the weekend does not faze Musk, who has slept on the factory floor of his companies before. There is a reason Musk wants the Starship to be done as soon as possible. This is because while NASA is content to wait until 2 years while on space travel or technology is needed. How fast can a warp drive spaceship travel through space? Very fast. It can go more quickly than the speed of light. To best grasp how insanely fast this is, the nearest star to us, the Proxima Centauri, is between 17,000 and 76,000 years away from the Earth using the rockets we have today. But with a warp drive Starship, it will get there in less than 4 years. A warp drive Starship will solve many of the problems Musk has to deal with while promoting his Mars project. For instance, volunteers can quickly return to the Earth if they change their minds, making Elon Musk wants to put to you personally. Join us as we explore how NASA scientists accidentally discover the world's first warp bubble. Warp travel is not strange to fans of the Star Trek franchise. The warp drive is a charming futuristic technology from the Star Trek universe, which since its first episode in 1966 includes 10 television series and 13 feature films. In these series and movies, characters explore the universe using powerful and fast spaceships, traveling from planet to planet and communicating with a crew of aliens. The torsion engine is the center of attraction because without it, the story would be implausible. The universe is strange, unimaginable, and insanely large, and even if you want to visit the next star, the immense cosmic distances create an almost impossible barrier. Let's take a look at the next star, Proxima Centauri, 4.5 light-years away. This distance means it takes 4.5 years to reach the star if you could manage to attain the speed of light. Light flies at full cosmic speed and acts as a sort of universal speed cap, so any other method takes longer. In fact, if you decide to use the fastest space probe ever built, the long journey through the interstellar void would take nearly 8,000 years. So it makes sense to stay put to Earth and its immediate environment. Of course, the Star Trek crew didn't stay close to the Earth because they found a solution. This solution makes long-distance travel possible by shortening the distance. The torsion engine using warp drive tech achieves this by juggling space and time, making for great entertainment. Warp drive was destined to remain imaginary until a scientist suddenly realized that such an engine was really possible at the end of the last century. The physicist was Miguel Alcubierre, and he came up with a theory that rocked the scientific community globally. In 1994, Alcubierre watched an episode of Next Generation while doing his PhD research on Einstein's general theory of relativity, where heavy masses can curve space and time. And so Alcubierre picked up a scrap of paper, did the calculations, and laid the foundation for an article that appeared in the Science magazine later that year. In his paper, Alcubierre describes how you can compress space and time in front of a spacecraft and stretch it back behind the ship so that you have to travel a much smaller distance to the desired destination, safely trapped in what he calls a torsion bubble. In visualization, the concept was compared to a surfer riding a wave, and a metaphor often used to describe how a ship could travel the stars. There is, however, a problem with Alcubierre's warp bubble. You see, the warp engine is tough to build in reality. You can't just curve space forcefully with normal mass. To do so, you need exotic matter, which has negative gravity. Dozens of warp engine publications would follow in the following decades, but they all remained theoretical exercises and thought experiments that manipulated the formulations of the theory of relativity in search of new insights.
What this means for you is a guaranteed $5,700 by tomorrow morning. In fact, you can expect to see your
need for the foreign matter remained. That was until Eric Lentz, a physicist at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in the US, stepped in. He watched Star Trek as a kid, however, he has not been able to forget about the warp drive and has been thinking of how to bring the special machine to life. Lentz first read Alcubierre's professional article when he was a teenager, and while he found it fascinating, he didn't understand much about it at the time, but he continued to read warp drive publications long after he started working as a physicist. However, when he had some time to spare during the COVID lockdown months, he returned to his old interests. That was when he realized that everyone had overlooked something. In his article, Alcubierre investigated the simplest possible solution to the formulations of the theory of relativity. This solution resulted in the Alcubierre engine, a warp bubble powered by a massive amount of negative gravity. Lentz decided to try some of the more unusual mathematics and realized he could also solve formulas with it. In the torsion bubble obtained by Lentz, the mass was in the places where the curvature was greatest, but much more importantly, you can make his bubble with ordinary, everyday things. You didn't need an ounce of stranger things. Lentz was surprised that no one had tried this before. Although the Lentz engine was already more practical than the Alcubierre engine, you still needed a lot of mass for it. But it is still because you need mass 1,000 times smaller than the Sun. That's still a massive amount of kilos, but it is more manageable. It looked like warp bubbles could be put to rest as a concept that could never happen in real life. However, a completely chance discovery is fueling interest in warp bubbles again and could prove to be a breakthrough. A research project funded by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, and NASA's Johnson Space Center may have accidentally discovered how to build a warp drive engine. Harold Sonny White, a NASA researcher at the EagleWorks laboratory in Houston, Texas, published a research paper with his team in July about the possible structure of the energy density present in a Casimir cavity. According to the report, the EagleWorks team came across a micro-nanoscale system that predicts negative energy density distribution that closely matches requirements for the Alcubierre metric. In other words, White and his colleagues accidentally created a microscopic experiment while researching how energy distributes around wavelengths, a theory developed by Dutch physicist Hendrik Casimir. The experiment resulted in enough theoretical energy to achieve warp speed, a concept theorized by Alcubierre. In an interview, White explained that detailed numerical analysis of the team's custom Casimir cavities helped them identify a real and manufacturable nanomicrostructure that is predicted to generate a negative vacuum energy density such that it would manifest a real nanoscale warp bubble, not an analog. Still, the real thing, meaning a warp bubble structure, will manifest under these specific conditions. White was also aware that Alcubierre's proposed mathematically valid solution to the warp drive that can traverse the cosmos above the speed of light without violating currently accepted laws of physics. He was also aware of how the solution had been derided for its use of theoretical materials and massive amounts of energy that appeared virtually impossible to engineer in any practical way. However, White, a then NASA-employed warp drive specialist and the founder of the highly respected EagleWorks laboratory, reworked Alcubierre's original metric and put it into canonical form. This change in design dramatically reduced the original concept's exotic materials and energy requirements. This reworked concept provided researchers and science fiction fans alike at least a glimmer of hope that a real-world warp drive may one day become a reality. It also resulted in the informal renaming of the
Imagine if you could get paid thousands of dollars to post on Facebook or Instagram, even if you don't have a lot of followers. Now, instead of photos, imagine if you just had to upload and list a certain kind of audio file to a well-known website and get paid between $2 and $12 every time someone listens to it. It's called the list and earn business model, and it's exactly what we and hundreds of other people we've helped have successfully done on a platform called Audible by Amazon.
Original theoretical design, a concept now more commonly referred to as the Alcubierre-White warp drive. Back when White began his latest DARPA-funded research into custom Casimir cavities,
This new home robot can robot fighting. He created an out to a
millions of different.
Well, you want to give it a impressive.
Last week I was able to move my hand open and close. Now I'm able to splay the fingers.
The next couple of newly regained abilities won't mean as much to those not in the Missing Parts Club, but being able to pick up small items with my index and thumb is a great feeling to have once again.
Brain-controlled bionic arms are also advancing, and technology like this could transform us all. The new device is inserted through the jugular vein, up into the brain, where sensors extend into the walls of veins.
Over time, cells may gradually grow over the sensors and incorporate them into the tissue. The sensors are placed immediately adjacent to the control center in the brain, known as the motor cortex.
The electric signals that form thoughts are transmitted down to a unit under the skin in the chest and out to a computer. It's been approved for clinical trials, with plans for brain control of computers and exoskeletons. A founder of Neuralink has invested in the company.
Here it is. Digital spinal cord. A spinal cord injury patient may be able to control a vehicle simply by thinking. A patient who's come home from a war, lost his arms, can pick up his children once again. And the next Stephen Hawking will have no limitations on his or her ability to not only understand but communicate the secrets of the universe.
Remarkably, Hawking wrote over 15 books. A Brief History of Time sold over 10 million copies, and his sense of humour was priceless.
You believe there could be an infinite number of parallel universes. Does that mean that there is a universe?
Yes. Universe where you're funny.
Elon Musk's Neuralink is also gearing up for clinical trials, implanting tiny threads into the brain.
If you get those electrodes next to a neuron, they can record what that neuron is doing.
The robot will be able to figure out exactly what the specific topography of the patient will be, target the areas, and take the surgery from the patient coming in and sitting down to them walking out of the door that same day.
Imagine if manufacturing automation was simple. Introducing Vention. One platform to design, automate, order, and deploy manufacturing equipment in days. Design automate.
Musk believes it's the only way to keep up with AI.
If you assume any rate of advancement in AI, we will be left behind by a lot. We're already a cyborg. You have more power than the President of the United States had 20 years ago. You can answer any question, but the constraint is input output. So we're I/O bound.
It will create a new layer to the brain to interface with AI, and Tesla and Google are taking AI to another level. Musk recently said that Tesla's robot is the company's top priority this year and could outgrow the car business. And Google recently showed the kind of general AI that could allow robots to take on pretty much any task.
Most of our models today deal with only a single modality of data. They deal with images or text or speech. We can build models that take in all these different kinds of modalities of input data, but then fuse them together. We've been calling this system pathways. So the idea is this model will be able to do thousands or millions of different tasks.
Whatever you make of all this, if a few companies dominate AI, they'll also control money and power. AI needs to be more fun and accessible, which is where Chewy comes in. You don't need to program him. He'll get regular AI up.
That Einstein guy was a real bummer for our hopes of a star-hopping science fiction-y future. His whole nothing travels faster than light thing.
This is the map of Africa. If you look to the south, you will see lush vegetation with lots of greenery. However, when you go north, things are different. Covering multiple countries, it is the most gigantic desert globally, with miles and miles of dune formation. Altogether, the Sahara Desert covers 9 million square kilometers, meaning it will swallow Spain 18 times. However, did you know that this vast stretch of sterile sand, covering a third of the African continent, was covered in lush vegetation thousands of years ago? What happened to the Sahara and what is happening to it right now? In this video, we will look at the terrifying discoveries scientists have made under the Sahara Desert. The Atlantic Ocean borders the Sahara on the west, the Red Sea on the east, the Mediterranean Sea on the north, and the Sahel Savannah on the south. The enormous desert spans 11 countries: Algeria, Chad, Egypt, Libya, Mali, Mauritania, Morocco, Niger, Western Sahara, Sudan, and Tunisia. The Sahara Desert is most famous for the sand dune fields often featured in movies. The dunes can reach almost 600 feet, 183 meters high. However, they cover only about 15% of the entire desert.
Prove to me that there are no pink elephants. Now you might say every elephant I've ever seen is gray, but how do I know you just haven't looked hard enough? The answer is that you can't really prove a negative. Tests give us enough information to decide if the way we think the world works is valid enough for us to keep going in that direction. And that's what this sort of test can tell us. If you ask me to put on my betting hat and say, are we really going to see exactly the effect that is claimed, and is it going to be so strong that we think, yes, it's definitely the mechanism that's claimed too? I'd say that's a number probably somewhere between 1 in 10 and 1 in 10 million, and I would lean toward the higher end. The odds are on no, to be honest, but the odds are on no for every new idea that comes up. And remember that science isn't a tool that gets dirtied by use.
Robert.
Okay.
Once your phone is hacked, what is in their hands is not simply your device, it is your future. They're selling our future, they're selling our past, they are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately, they are stealing our power. The screen may be off as it's sitting on your desk, but the device is talking all of the time. The question we have to ask is, who is it talking to? If I get a smartphone and I need to use a phone, I actually open it up before I use it. Anything you can do on that device, the attacker, in this case the government, can do. Before 2013, if you said there's a system that's watching everything you do, the government is collecting records of every phone call in the United States, even for those people who are not suspected of any crime, it was a conspiracy. Yes, there were some people who believed it was happening. Yes, there were academics who could say this was technically possible. The world of 2013, we suspected, some suspected that this was happening. The world after 2013, we know that it's happening. The distance between speculation and fact is everything in a democracy. We have now had the first European regulations that are trying to limit the amount of data that can be collected secretly and used against populations broadly. And we have also seen the basic structure of the internet itself change in response to this understanding that the network path that all of our communications cross. When you request a website, when you send a text message, when you read an email, for so long those communications have been electronically naked or unencrypted. Before 2013, more than half the world's internet communications were unencrypted. Now, far more than half are, measured by just web traffic from one of the world's leading browsers, the Google Chrome browser. The entire world has changed in the last few years. It hasn't gone far enough. The problems still exist. And in some ways, they've gotten worse. But we have made progress that would not have been possible if we didn't know what was going on. Hacking has increasingly become what governments consider a legitimate investigative tool. They use the same methods and techniques as criminal hackers. And what this means is they will try to remotely take over your device. Once they do this, by detecting a vulnerability in the software that your device runs, such as Apple's iOS or Microsoft Windows, they can craft a special kind of attack code called an exploit. They then launch this exploit at the vulnerability on your device, which allows them to take total control of that device. Anything you can do on that device, the attacker, in this case the government, can do. They can read your email, they can collect every document, they can look at your contact book, they can turn the location services on, they can see anything that is on that phone instantly and send it back home to the mothership. They can do the same with laptops. The other prong that we forget so frequently is that in many cases they don't need to hack our devices. They can simply ask Google for a copy of our email box, because Google saves a copy of that. Everything that you ever typed into that search box, Google has a copy of. Every private message that you've sent on Facebook, every link that you've clicked, everything that you've liked, they keep a permanent record of. And all of these things are available not just to these companies, but to our governments, as they are increasingly deputized as sort of miniature arms of government.
What about enabling your microphone camera?
If you can do it, they can do it. It is trivial to remotely turn on your microphone or to activate your camera, so long as you have systems-level access. If you had hacked someone's device remotely, anything they can do, you can do. They can look up your nose, right? They can record what's in the room. The screen may be off as it's sitting on your desk, but the device is talking all of the time. The question we have to ask is, who is it talking to? Even if your phone is not hacked, right now, you look at it, it's just sitting there on the charger. It is talking tens or hundreds or thousands of times a minute to any number of different companies who have apps installed on your phone. It looks like it's off, it looks like it's just sitting there, but it is constantly chattering. And unfortunately, like pollution, we have not created the tools that are necessary for ordinary people to be able to see this activity. And it is the invisibility of it that makes it so popular and common and attractive for these companies. Because if you do not realize they're collecting this data from you, this very private and personal data, there's no way you're going to object to it. Once your phone is hacked, what is in their hands is not simply your device, it is your future. But we see how these same technologies are being applied to create what they call the social credit system. If any of your activities online, if your purchases, if your associations, if your friends are in any way different from what the government or the powers that be of the moment would like them to be, you're no longer able to purchase train tickets. You're no longer able to board an airplane. You may not be able to get a passport. You may not be eligible for a job. You might not be able to work for the government. All of these things are increasingly being created and programmed and decided by algorithms. And those algorithms are fueled by precisely the innocent data that our devices are creating all of the time, constantly, invisibly, quietly, right now. Our devices are casting all of these records that we do not see being created, that in aggregate seem very innocent. You were at Starbucks at this time. You went to the hospital afterwards. You spent a long time at the hospital. After you left the hospital, you made a phone call. You made a phone call to your mother. You talked to her until the middle of the night. The hospital was an oncology clinic. Even if you can't see the content of these communications, the activity records, what the government calls metadata, which they argue they do not need a warrant to collect, tells the whole story. And these activity records are being created and shared and collected and intercepted constantly by companies and governments. And ultimately it means as they sell these, as they trade these, as they make their businesses on the backs of these records, what they are selling is not information. What they're selling is us. They're selling our future. They're selling our past. They are selling our history, our identity, and ultimately, they are stealing our power and making our stories work for them. If I get a smartphone and I need to use a phone, I actually open it up before I use it. I perform a kind of surgery on it to physically desolder or sort of melt the metal connections that hold the microphone on the phone. And I physically take this off. I remove the camera for the phone, and then I close it back up, I seal it up. And then if I need to make a phone call, I will attach an external microphone on it. And this is just so if the phone is sitting there and I'm not making a call, it cannot hear me. Now, this is extreme. Most people do not need this. But for me, it's about being able to trust our technology. My phone could still be hacked. My laptop could still be hacked. And just as I told you before, the same principles apply to me. If it is hacked, they can do anything to the device that I can do. So my trust in technology is limited.
So, Ed Snowden, a lot of people in this country are probably curious, when was the last time you had substantive discussions about coming home to the United States, and would this still be your preference? Do you still refer to it as home?
The United States will always be my home, and I'll always be willing to come back. On a single condition, and I've been quite clear about this over the years. This is that the government guarantee that I have the right, and every whistleblower has the right, to tell the jury why they did what they did. Right? We can disagree about whether this was right or wrong. We can disagree about whether this is good or bad. We can disagree about whether this is legal or illegal. That's right and proper in a democracy, but we have to agree that the jury is supposed to be the proper authority to ultimately decide, was this right or wrong? And I hate to say it, but under current laws, that is explicitly forbidden under the Espionage Act, which, as you know, it's increasingly being used against the sources of journalism instead of foreign spies. The law makes no distinction between someone who tells a secret to a journalist and someone who tells a secret to a foreign government. Yeah, there has not been any movement, unfortunately, on that conversation since the Obama administration, when I told the government that all they need to do is give me the right of what we call a public interest defense. This is a fair trial, an open trial, where the jury hears what is happening and they decide, was this justified or not? Unfortunately, then Attorney General Eric Holder responded and said, we can't promise that. We won't promise that. We will promise not to torture you. Unfortunately, I'd say that's not quite enough.
Something you've said repeatedly is that you would expect and you would accept a certain punishment for your actions. What if that package of punishment included working for the home team? What if someone said, help us harden our elections from attack using your skills?
I would volunteer for that instantly. You know, they wouldn't even have to pay me for that. Remember, I volunteered to work for the CIA, for the NSA. When I came forward to reveal mass surveillance, which we need to be clear, the courts have found was in fact unlawful on the part of the government, and one court said likely unconstitutional.
Can artificial intelligence make you money in 2022? Well, check out this AI.
On June 6, 2013, the internet erupted when The Guardian reported that the NSA had secretly been collecting phone records from millions of Verizon customers.
And then just 3 days later, on June 9th, quick math, Edward Snowden came out and admitted that he was the source of said leak. But what exactly did he uncover?
Welcome back, most amazing family. For today's list, you might want to set those browsers to incognito. I am one of your hosts, Olivia Kozlowski.
And I'm Taylor McWaters, and here are the top 10 terrifying government secrets that Edward Snowden revealed.
Starting off this list in our number 10 spot, we have SIM cards. We see all the time in movies and shows when people are trying to be super secret, they smash their phone and their SIM card, but as it turns out, maybe we should all be smashing our SIM cards, super secret lifestyle or not. In February of 2015, it was reported that Snowden provided documents that showed that the NSA and GCHQ had hacked into a Dutch company that is responsible for manufacturing and supplying 2 billion SIM cards per year, and they supply places like AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and a variety of other providers. While this hack would suggest that the agencies would then now have access to billions of unique encryption keys, which could potentially allow them to bypass wireless providers and monitor both voice and data transmissions of every user that has a SIM card made by this company. The company did reply to the situation and said that they had been the target of at least 2, quote, particularly sophisticated intrusions, and they suggested that they believed that the NSA and the GCHQ were responsible, but the company then denied that the hack was successful in gaining access to those encryption keys.
Number 9, quantum computer. This next one is eye-opening, to say the least. Computers are getting more and more advanced by the day. Deepfakes are going to ruin my life. They're getting really good at those. Post on January 2nd, 2014, that the NSA is working hard at creating their own computer. How fun must that be? It's called the quantum computer, and it cost about $80 million to create. And no, it can't send you back in time. This computer is safely stored in a massive room-sized metal box, which is not intimidating at all, and it's part of a program called Penetrating Hard Targets. I want to make so many jokes, but I won't. So it can break encryptions for just about anything. Finance records, medical, your old MSN, probably. What a nightmare that would be. The NSA is well on their way to breaking every form of public encryption. This quantum computer can theoretically break through any RSA encryption, which for the average computer today, that takes, I don't know, years, but this supercomputer can break through a lot faster. I'm talking days. Just don't go in my MSN, please.
In our number 8 spot today, we have Project Dishfire. It was reported by The Guardian that it had been revealed that the NSA collects 200 million text messages a day from around the world. They then use these messages to pull the details of certain location information, contact networks, and the credit card details of different mobile users. It was also reported that the NSA also provided British intelligence agencies with all of the data, data, just without the actual context of the text messages. So the NSA has all your secrets and nudies, but at least they didn't share them? I don't know. Basically, they have all of this data and at any point could potentially extract certain information like past travel plans, your financial transactions, your contacts, regardless of whether or not you were being investigated for something. Yes, this sounds illegal, unethical, and a little shady, and this revelation all came before former President Barack Obama gave a speech about proposed policy changes in reaction to the whistleblowing that was going on around Snowden and the NSA.
Number 7. Friends without benefits. Even allies of the United States are not safe here. Thanks to Snowden, at the end of October 2013, it was leaked that the states were spying on Germany, France, and Spain. The NSA had tapped into 35 phones, which, by the way, not just a couple of random dudes, they were spying on 35 world leaders. One of which was German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who called out the NSA after finding out, of course, and said this act of snooping was just unacceptable between friends. Really went personal with the friends comment there. It's like when you show somebody a photo on your phone and they start swiping, like, hi, hello, betrayal, see ya. Now, as you hear this, you're thinking, well, I'm not a world leader, what's the big deal here? Well, it was also reported that the NSA was monitoring phone calls in Spain for the average folk. They monitored about 60 million calls in 1 month, so yeah, world leader or not, be a little concerned about these guys. Maybe.
In our number 6 spot today, we have the Brazil spying scandal. It was reported by The Guardian that
2, 1, boom. And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told this story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs.
And Flying Saucers.
And Flying Saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers.
Okay. Yeah. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. Mm-hmm. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4, okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay.
But,
starting off in our note. It's a terrifying prediction considering how we are barely through the first 2 months of the year and we are already seeing this kind of conflict. We can just hope this isn't setting the stage for what's to come for the rest of the year. In our number 9 spot today, we have hunger. This Nostradamus prediction has to do with this little riddle. He wrote, quote, "Of blood and hunger greater calamity, 7 times oppressed to the marine beach. Monarch of hunger, place taken, captivity." This one is said to mean that he is predicting that this year we will see an increase in world hunger as a result of the rise in armed conflicts. Okay, this list is not the one any of us want to hear. It starts off bad and it just gets worse. We're only on number 9. This is the Roaring 20s, everyone. So yeah, this one's a little nerve-wracking, especially considering the world news right now. Firstly, that's a prediction that there's just going to be more bad, more war, more weapons. That's certainly never great on its own, but this coupled with an increase in a problem we already see a lot of, definitely makes sense that these two things would be coupled together, but it's just a grim prediction for the future. In our number 8 spot today, we have Paris. Okay, I'm starting to see a theme with these predictions, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't like it. I'm glad that Nostradamus doesn't have a 100% batting rate, or else this year would be shaping up to be absolutely terrible. In his book of quatrains, he wrote, quote, "All around the great city will be soldiers lodged by fields and cities." People who are much smarter than me have said that this means that he is predicting that this year, Paris will be under siege. That would be terrible and completely unexpected. Maybe people are misinterpreting it though, and it means something different. Like perhaps there will be some sort of closures or something like that within the city. I don't know. I'm just trying to be glass half full, but it's hard. Again, this guy's been wrong plenty of times before, so let's just hope this is all a case of that. In our number 7 spot today, we have battle. Okay, this is a Nostradamus prediction that eerily has almost come true at this point. He wrote, "Bluehead shall whiteheads harm in such degree as France's good to both shall e'er amount." The first time I read that out loud, I thought to myself, what in the world does that mean? Seriously. These predictions couldn't be any less clear, but thank goodness for the internet people who deciphered it for me. People believe that this prediction is meant to mean that war will be reaching Europe in the spring of this year. This is certainly a terrifying prediction based on what is currently going on in the world, and with all of the uncertainty that lies around it, it definitely is a dark one. Maybe it's all just a coincidence, but there are people out there who really believe in Nostradamus' prophetic powers, so maybe it's not. I mean, this is a prediction that I actually already talked about in another list, but with everything that's happened in the last few months, it seems as though now it has a completely different meaning and likelihood. In our number 6 spot today, we have inflation. This Nostradamus prediction is said to be about inflation. He wrote, quote, "No abbots, monks, no novices to learn. Honey shall cost far more than candle wax. So high the price of wheat that man is stirred, his fellow man to eat in his despair." Well, that doesn't sound good. We can all take our pick of reasons as to why this prediction is potentially likely to come true. It's really that ending line that has me feeling a little nervous though. Is Nostradamus telling us to eat the rich, or is he just telling us how bad things might become? Many believe that this prediction is his way of explaining that inflation and increase in starvation may just lead to some sort of a rebellion. I mean, that isn't the most far off prediction I've ever heard of, and if things unfortunately do go that way, I could see something similar coming true, but maybe I'm just easily persuaded. In our number 5 spot today, we have iRobot. This is a prediction that comes from Nostradamus and is actually about our ever-increasing technological world. Technology in our world evolves very rapidly, and it's tough to make predictions about what this year holds, but this prediction for Nostradamus reads, quote, "The moon in the full of night over the high mountain, the new sage with a lone brain sees it, by his disciples invited to be immortal, eyes to the south, hands in bosoms, bodies in the fire." Many people believe that this prediction made by Nostradamus is said to be about, quote, immortal disciples and the potentially negative consequences which people are taking to mean artificial intelligence. AI is everywhere now, from smart speakers, text prediction, facial recognition, self-driving cars. It's not just that like weirdly, insanely human-looking robot with realistic facial expressions, although that also does exist. People for years have been predicting something negative coming in terms of all of this new AI technology, but perhaps the first to do it was Nostradamus himself. In our number 4 spot today, we have the Dictator. This Nostradamus prediction is an interesting one for sure. According to those who interpret his prophecies, he is said to have predicted that in 2022 we will see the death of a dictator. Of course, he didn't predict exactly who this would be. If he did, that would be pretty insane. If he was even able to predict who would be a dictator in 2022, I would be thoroughly impressed. But since he didn't, of course people want to speculate about who this could be. I always find it so interesting to hear these kinds of predictions because I always wish I could know what exactly led them to think that this might come true. It's not really like an outlandish prediction if it were to come true, but it would be very strange how it could have been accurately predicted so long ago. Maybe it won't be a dictator in the end though. Maybe it's just some sort of powerful leader or a leader of a large company perhaps. It's tough to say for sure, but I feel like if this one ends up coming true, we'll definitely know about it. In our number 3 spot today, we have the end. This one comes from the list of Nostradamus predictions that he had, and it predicts a pretty grim situation. Apparently he wrote, quote, "Few young people half dead to give start." While a vivid imagination might be able to come up with a few ideas of what this might be predicting, apparently people have said that this prediction is intended to be about the beginning of the zombie apocalypse. It's both good and terrifying to know that people have been thinking of the zombie apocalypse for centuries. It's not just part of our modern world. Apparently Nostradamus wrote that the apocalypse would start off with a Russian scientist and lead to total extinction. Okay, well, that's something nice to look forward to. I started off glass half full and I'm trying to keep it that way, but at this point, it's getting hard. Maybe all the doomsday preppers are right. At this point, only time will tell. In our number 2 spot today, we have asteroids. This is one of those predictions that seemingly pops up every year and doesn't just come from long ago. It's basically the idea that an asteroid is going to impact Earth. It's a prediction that no one wants to come true, but for some reason, we always guess that it might. It's really weird. Humans are strange. Nostradamus' words were, quote, "Fire do I see that from the sky shall fall. all. I'm not exactly sure if he means like a small meteor shower kind of thing, or if he's talking dinosaur mass extinction, it's the apocalypse sort of a thing, but either way, it's a little unnerving. Last year in 2021 we had a quote near miss with asteroid 2021 GW4, but it wasn't thought to be a huge deal either way because it is likely that it would have broken up in our atmosphere. Right now it is said that the next near miss prediction is for around 2029, and that's from scientists, so at this point I feel like we're probably safe, but who's to say for sure? People have also suggested that perhaps instead of asteroids, that this prediction might be about missiles falling from the sky, which is honestly just as terrifying as the asteroid. So at this point, this prediction is looking all bad. In our number 1 spot today, we have gone nuclear. This Nostradamus prediction is one that could certainly become a reality at any point, which is something that is pretty terrifying. In this day and age, the threat of nuclear attack, while not an imminent threat, is always kind of there, hanging out in the back of people's minds. Like, it's not something most people think about every day, but it's just something that we know people possess the technology and the ability to do. You know? And like I've mentioned many times today, with the things that are currently going on, it seems as though it's more than just a hanging out at the back of our minds kind of thing. It's a scary reality. That's why this Nostradamus prediction is just a little eerie, as he claims a nuclear will explode in 2022, and if this wasn't bad enough, it has some very harsh implications. He is said to have predicted that this explosion will lead to changes in not only the climate, but also the Earth's position. I'm not exactly certain what he means by the Earth's position, but I do know that that sounds terrible and terrifying. Starting off this list in our number 10 spot, we have climate change. I know some of you don't want to hear about this one, but it is always on the list of predictions for years to come, and we're just starting off with it and getting it out of the way. The climate is a delicate thing, and our presence here on Earth has a great effect on it. The climate can make our lives significantly easier, or it can make our lives significantly harder, so it really is something that is important to note. 2021 saw both heat and cold records broken, and it saw its fair share of natural disasters, floods, and fires. It is predicted that 2022 unfortunately won't be much different, sadly, which is not what we had hoped for. There aren't necessarily any exact predictions surrounding the climate, it's just the idea that we will continue to see some of the most extreme weather we have ever seen. In our number 9 spot today, we have the climate war. Speaking of the whole climate change thing, this is a prediction for 2022 that comes from Nostradamus. There's a couple more of his predictions on this list today, so if you don't know, Nostradamus was a man who lived in the 1500s, and he was an astrologer, poet, and what is called a seer, as he published a book of quatrain poems that are said to predict future events, and some of these predictions have actually come true. One of his predictions he has for 2022 is, quote, "Under the opposite Babylonian climate, great will be without the outpouring." I read that and didn't know what it meant either, but some people smarter than me have come to the conclusion that this is a prediction about the start of a climate war. It is said that this war is going to be a result of a lack of resources, and whichever country is involved is going to begin attacking the country next to them to try and gather their resources. Who knows if this will come true? I guess that's why it's called a prediction, and if it were to, who knows what countries would be involved. In our number 8 spot today, we have an economic recession. It is very obvious that the entire pandemic and last few years have had an unprecedented effect on the economy. I know every country is in a very different phase right now, and a lot of people have different mindsets, but I can say, as a Canadian, every time we start to get somewhere where things are opening back up and they feel like they're on the right track, everything just gets shut right down again, and we're back in March of 2020. The constant opening and closing of businesses is definitely taking its toll on the economy, as well as travel restrictions affecting tourism, general anxiety causing people to not go out and spend their money, all the Amazon packages. The pandemic has flipped our lives completely around, and the economy has taken a big hit because of it. This is exactly why people are predicting that in the new year we will see an economic recession. I hope this one really isn't true, because people all over the world have struggled enough for the last couple of years. In our number 7 spot today, we have the glacier. This is a prediction that comes to us from Baba Vanga, the late Bulgarian mystic and clairvoyant who has made a series of predictions, some of which have eerily come true. One of the predictions of hers for this year is a bit of a strange one, and considering our current global climate, this is one we are all definitely hoping isn't true. She predicted that this year an ancient glacier is going to melt due to global warming, which is probably a decently accurate prediction, but she also said that within this glacier will be a virus, and once the glacier melts, this virus will now be released to the world. The worst part is that this is said to be a virus that humans simply cannot handle. This isn't where her predictions for humanity end, so I'm not exactly sure how she expects us to recover from that, but I'm just gonna wait and see, I guess. In our number 6 spot today, we have a world power. Back with another Baba Vanga prediction. This one is a little murky as to what exactly it means, but there are some theories. She apparently said that the year will see 3 giants unite and a strong dragon will seize humanity. Remember how I said exactly what this means is a little unclear? People have speculated that perhaps the 3 giants could be 3 of the most powerful countries, maybe the United States, Russia, and China, but seeing all these powerhouse countries unite would be quite a shocking prediction if it were to come true. There are others who think that maybe the strong dragon part is in reference to some country rising into a more powerful position than we've seen before. At this point, who knows exactly what the next year is going to hold, but I think it's pretty safe to say that anything can happen. In our number 5 spot today, we have a conflict. Nostradamus was busy when it came to predicting things for 2022, so here's another one of his best guesses. He wrote, quote, "Of blood and hunger greater calamity, 7 times oppressed to the marine beach, monarch of hunger, place taken, captivity." Yeah, again, another one I simply did not understand, but it is apparently basically saying that his prediction is that 2022 will see an increase in world hunger due to the increase in armed conflicts. That's like a double whammy of terrible. As a result of this uptick in hunger, there will also be more movements in terms of population. I'm talking about more people immigrating to other countries in order to escape these terrible conditions. He doesn't seem to mention anything in the prediction of which countries he thinks will be affected or where those fleeing will make their new home, but that would be pretty freaky if he somehow had the ability to name all of those specifics. For now, we can definitely take this slightly vague prediction and just hope it doesn't come true. In our number 4 spot today, we have locusts. This Baba Vanga prediction might actually be pretty accurate because it's something that has been seen in the past and something that has been quite a relevant issue in the last few years, especially in 2020. Baba Vanga has predicted an apocalypse-style scene in India where she believes swarms of locusts will be next year. Like I mentioned before, in 2020, India was dealing with the worst swarms of locusts that were seen in decades, so it's entirely possible that 2022 might be an absolute nightmare for them as well. There are plenty of reasons why this poses a major problem, but one of the main ones is that those bugs can absolutely devour food and they reproduce fast. Lots of quick, hungry bugs is a really huge dilemma for farmers everywhere, and a couple of years ago this issue was really impacting crops. Hopefully next year won't see these same issues come back. Like I've said before, people have dealt with enough in the last few years. In our number 3 spot today, we have catastrophes. This one kind of goes hand in hand with number 10 on this list that we started off with, climate change, but this one is just getting a little more specific and is actually about natural disasters, more specifically earthquakes and tsunamis. Another Baba Vanga prediction, she was able to predict the 2004 tsunami, so this 2022 prediction is made all the more eerie. She claims that in 2022 we will see an increase in multiple different kinds of catastrophes, but especially earthquakes and tsunamis. She then went on to explain more about who she believes will be hit the hardest and which places will be impacted the most by the severe weather. She said that several Asian countries as well as Australia will be seeing intense bouts of flooding. Nostradamus also had a prediction for 2022 regarding this, except for his, he predicts that Japan is going to be seeing an earthquake that is going to appear in the middle of the day. Part of this is a good thing because the timing of it will potentially minimize the human loss, but he does make it clear that he believes the material loss will be great. These sorts of things are very scary to think about because there isn't really a way to predict them for certain, and there is really nothing we can do about Mother Nature. In our number 2 spot today, we have Paris. For one last Nostradamus prediction for this list today, we have this super worrisome one. He apparently wrote, quote, "All around the great city will be soldiers lodged by fields and cities." This is said to mean that for 2022, he is predicting that Paris will be under siege. For what reasons? Well, that remains unclear. There are other ways to interpret this prediction, like perhaps it's more so stating that the city will just be kind of closed off for a while, but truly, who knows? I wish the people who made these predictions were a little more direct with them, but hey, who am I to critique Nostradamus? At the end of the day, the good news is that this is just a prediction, and Nostradamus has been wrong before. It just puts people on edge to hear these scary thoughts, which totally makes sense. I wonder if Nostradamus predicted that a random Canadian would be here talking about his poems into a camera to upload to the internet for thousands of strangers. In our number 1 spot today, we have a water crisis. Water is obviously something that is necessary.
Oh, hey! Welcome everyone to the Mountain of Eternal Winter. I'm Lando, and I'm your guide today. What? You don't think you
thought that he would predict so many occurrences as a result. Sometimes it took only a few months until the prediction turned into reality, but in other cases, the prophecies came into effect many years later. In this video, we have once again summarized some of the funniest and scariest predictions. In the 1995 episode Sweet Seymour Skinner's Badass Song, Bart takes his dog Santa's little helper to school. The latter is suddenly attracted by the delicious smell coming from the school kitchen. Here you can see the cafeteria chef Doris Freeman preparing the meal for the students. On the barrel containing the meat are the words assorted horse parts. What was thought to be an obnoxious joke at the time became reality 19 years later with the appearance of the horse meat scandal. In 2013, food products declared as beef products were found to contain up to 100% horse meat in various European countries. In the course of the investigations, unidentified portions of other types of meat such as pork and drugs such as phenylbutazone were also detected to some extent. Particularly affected were frozen foods and sauces with minced meat such as lasagna, bolognese, and other related products. But this was not the last scandal surrounding food products which The Simpsons predicted. In a 1995 episode, the teachers went to the barricades because Principal Skinner was cutting corners. This also with the preparation of the meals, into which he had old sport mats processed. And as in the previous example, the real scandal followed 19 years later when the fast food franchise Subway admitted to mixing its bread with azotic carboxamide. Indeed, this chemical substance is also found in yoga mats. Subway
feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let